Good morning, we're on the record. I think one of our board members is having some technical difficulties. All right. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 571 of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or concerns to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. I'll call on Mr. Short a little bit later. Mr. Bobby Cato,
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson,
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis,
Edward Grandis, present.
Mr. James Short, Mr. James Short. I see that Mr. Short is present. He, however, is having some technical difficulties, but I see his name appear on my screen. So he is here this morning, and as soon as he's able to speak, he will announce himself. So the board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the party will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for this concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance in the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right, our first case this morning is a protest hearing status. Case number 22PRO 00016, Mason's Famous Lobster Rolls, license number 120128. Can our IT specialist please elevate the rights of the license of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning. Please stand by.
Thank you.
Sidon, Johannes, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Rick Murphy from ANC 2E. If you are representing ANC 2E, please send me a message. I do not see Tammany Cruz. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank
Lisa
you.
Palmer should be present from the ANC.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Ms. Johannes?
Lisa Palmer should be present from the ANC.
Ms. Foxconn, do you see Ms. Palmer? Yes, she's here.
And Karen Cruz was also elevated. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everyone. Is Ms. Cruz there? All right. Good morning, everyone. This is a protest hearing status. So let's start with the licensee and his or her representative.
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the applicant, that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Johannes. Is the licensee joining us this morning?
No, she's not.
Ms. Palmer, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your representation, please?
Sure, Lisa Palmer, Palmer, Lisa spelled Lisa, representing ANC 2E.
Good morning, Ms. Palmer. I see
Morning.
there's a Karen Cruz on our line. Is that someone who's in this case?
Yes, she is here on behalf of CAG.
Ms. Cruz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
You're too far from the microphone, ma'am. I cannot hear you. Can you please
Can you
spell
hear me
and-
now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you
Okay,
please
I'm
spell
sorry.
and state your name for the record and what organization you represent?
Yes, my name is Karen, Karen Cruz, Cruse, and I am representing the Citizens Association of Georgetown.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, thank you.
All right, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
I will just state that the parties have reached a settlement agreement and we are awaiting final signatures.
Thank you for that representation, Ms. Johannes. And since the licensee is telling me that the applicant is informing me that correct, is that your understanding, Ms. Palmer, and then Ms. Cruz?
Yes, I've actually signed it already.
So we're waiting for Ms. Cruz to sign the agreement. So Ms. Cruz, since I'm told, when do you believe that your organization will sign the settlement, ma'am?
It is going to our president probably today to be signed, and we'll immediately get it back to you.
Well, thank you for that representation. I was about to inform the parties that we would have a hearing on the 25th at 1:30 p.m. But since I'm been told that there will be a settlement agreement, we'll still have the hearing scheduled on our calendar for May 25th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. But that is just a placeholder. I want to thank the parties for so far negotiating this matter and coming to a settlement. The the agency and the board support settlements because at the end of the day, the licensee will be in the neighborhood. And at least once you have a settlement, then all parties are in agreement on the operation, the effective operation of the licensee within this establishment, so within this neighborhood. So again, I want to thank the parties for this matter. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Yardis, before you sign off on Ms. Palmer and Ms. Cruz, the case is over. You can sign off if you so desire. Ms. Johannes, on an unrelated matter, the agency the board was presented with a signed OIC. It's my understanding. I believe that on our legal agenda this morning, the board will be voting, and I believe the board will be voting to support the OIC. However, I believe that's what the board will do, but I'm not sure. However, if the board does support the OIC, I would like to remind you that you should please remind your client that if the board agrees to the OIC, that the license must be placed in safekeeping today. That will be placed into safekeeping, and the investigator will need to retrieve it and post the placard. So I'm requesting that you inform your client once the board, we will vote on the OIC this morning. And once that vote has been finalized, please alert your client that the investigator will need to retrieve the license to place the placard, and we're hoping for their cooperation.
Yes, my client is aware, and I will remind my client regarding this, and he'll be prepared.
Yeah, but we should be voting on it before we take our lunch break today. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, have a great day. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20, CIT 00160, Bullfrog Bagels, license number 112890. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the government in this case, please?
Please stand by. Anthony Sello, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Thank you. Mr. Sello, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Anthony Sello, ANTHONY-CELO, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of the government.
Good morning, sir. All right, this is a show cause hearing this morning for Bulldog Bagels. It's my understanding that the licensee did inform the agency that they would not appear today. But because it's a status hearing, the licensee does not have to appear. However, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May 18th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And I'm reminding you, Mr. Sello, and I'm going to have the agency remind the licensee that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, that both sides are required 7 days prior to the hearing to provide us with disclosed copies of their witnesses and documents that they would be relying on at the hearing. So May 18th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 21, CIT 00735, Seven Seas Restaurant, license number 654. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Christina Akura, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Stella, can you please again spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Assistant Attorney General Anthony Sello, ANTHONY-CELO, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Mr. Akura, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who you represent, ma'am?
Yes, my name is Christina Okra, Christina. Last name is Okra, Okura. I represent Seven Seas Restaurant.
Good morning. Again, Mr. Sello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, an offer in compromise has been presented and accepted by the establishment. I can read the terms of that into the record for the board.
Yes, please.
In the violations, there was a single charge, no ABC manager, DC Official Code 25-701, a secondary tier violation. This would constitute the fourth secondary tier violation within 4 years. And the offer of settlement is $1,000 fine to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Akura, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is a fine of $1,000 to be paid within 120 days. If the fine has not been paid within 120 days, the license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Is this your understanding, ma'am, of the offer in compromise?
Yes,
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
yes,
And is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they are giving up their right to appeal this matter?
yes.
With this said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Short. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I want to thank the parties for working for coming up with this offer in compromise. Ms. Akora, because you have appeared in front of me before and I'm aware of this case, I'm hoping that you and your client try to solve this problem, ma'am, because the agency will continue to provide infractions if you and your client, you don't solve this problem. It is an issue that needs to be solved, and if it's not solved, your client will continue to pay these fines. But that's all I have to say. All right?
Yes, I understand. Yes.
All right. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00079, District Space, license number 112204. Ms. Foster, can you please elevate the right up the licensing in this case?
Please stand by. Damaz Lumukanda, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dimaz Lumukanda here.
Good morning, sir. Do you have a camera?
Yes, sir.
Or can you please, your rights have been elevated, so can you turn your camera so I can see you, sir?
Okay.
Good morning. Mr. Fellow, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the government.
Mr. Lumukanda, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who do you represent, sir?
Sure. Dimaz Lumukanda, DMAZANA. His name is Lumukanda, LUMUKANDA, on behalf of the licensee as an agent and also as prospective owner for your district space.
Mr. Fellow, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would note for the board that an offer in compromise has been presented. We are in negotiations concerning the same, and at this time, it does look like there is a decent chance that we will be able to resolve this in advance of the show cause hearing.
All right, thank you for the representation, sir. If this matter is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on May the 11th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. If the parties are unable to reach a settlement, if the parties are unable to agree on an OIC, then each part 7 days before the hearing, each side, they are required to provide the agencies with a disclosure notice that discloses to each other and to the agency the witnesses and documents that they will rely on if this matter goes to a hearing on May the 11th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. However, as I've been told, the representation of the parties that they believe that this matter will be settled. If the parties settle the matter before, we can have a paper OIC that both parties have signed off on is presented to the agency, and the board will vote on it on its legal agenda. But do you have any representation you want to make, Mr. Lumukanda, before we
yes.
go to this case?
Yes, sir. I would actually like to request a continuance on that particular date. Is that possible now during this open forum?
Well, Yes, you can, if you're saying, if you believe that this matter will not be settled before that date. The representation from Mr. Fellow is that he believed that the matter would be settled, that we're not gonna have that hearing. But if the parties are unable to meet on May the 11th, 2022, if we would accept a joint motion, you and Mr. Is this your case, Mr. Fellow?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Then you and Mr. Fellow can communicate. And if the parties send a joint motion to the agency to continue this matter, then the board will consider the motion. But your representation at this juncture, you're saying that if it goes to a hearing, you're not available, then it's more likely than not that the board will grant the request for the extension.
Yes, sir. I just know for a fact that I will be out of the country on that particular date, but we will more than likely resolve it prior to that.
All right, if the parties are unable to, if the parties are unable to resolve this matter prior to the date, your representation here, hopefully you and Mr. Sella could agree to a joint continuance, and the board will favorably look on that motion. So if, as I said before, if you're unable to agree to an OIC, and since you have told us that you're not available that date, if either yourself or Mr. Sella, if a motion comes to the board for continuance, we will grant it. Okay? All right. So remember, you have to make a request, and I can't give you a date currently, but I'll ask you to, if it's not going to put something right into the agency, and we will favorably consider that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, please. All right. Thank you. Just contact legal, and we will favorably consider that because of your unavailability. All right. But good luck in your negotiation. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00035. Masala Story, license number 106444. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Manish Berry, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stella, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the government.
Manish Berry, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please? Manish Berry, I see you on my line. Please unmute your phone and identify yourself for the record, please. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please? I cannot hear you.
It is Manish Berry, MANISH BERRY.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am the owner of the Masala Story.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. An OIC was mailed physically to Mr. Berry. We do not have either email or telephone numbers that are valid for him, and I would just request, following this hearing, that he reach out to me with contact information so that we can communicate.
All right, I don't necessarily want to are you able to, Mr. Berry, if Mr. Cello places his contact information in the chat, are you able to see that?
I would, yes, sir. If it is, otherwise,
Do you
I
have
can.
Mr. Cello's contact information, sir? It should be on the status hearing notice that you received, sir.
If Mr. Salo can give me the phone number, I can note it down and can give him a call later.
You can either do that, I'm not sure if, how you want to do that. Do you want to give that orally or you want to put that in the chat?
I can put that in the chat, Mr. Chair.
All right, so Mr. Berry, he'll provide you his contact information in the chat, sir.
Please.
He should be able to see it now.
Do you see it, sir?
I don't right now, sir.
Mr. Berry, do you have the notice that you received today regarding this hearing, sir? Do you have that notice, sir?
Yes, sir. I did get the notice that regarding to the penalty I was imposed with.
And on the front page, I think within that notice, you should see Mr. Teller's contact information, sir.
All right, sir. Yeah, I will.
And I do see Mr. Berry's email address just popped into the chat, so I will be able to reach out to him directly, which I shall do as soon as this hearing resolves.
All right, thank you. All right.
Sure.
So this matter, I'm sorry, if the parties are unable to settle this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on May the 11th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties, if we do go to a show cause hearing, both sides are required 7 days before the hearing to disclose the documents and witnesses, the documents and witnesses that, hold on, sir. If this matter goes to a show cause hearing, both sides are required 7 days before the hearing to disclose to each other and to disclose to the board the documents and witnesses that they will rely on at the show cause hearing. If either side fails to disclose these documents 7 days before the hearing, if good cause is not shown, the board might prevent them from introducing documents and witnesses at the hearing if they have not been exchanged 7 days prior to the hearing. Any questions by any side?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. If there is anything can be resolved now, I would love to do that too. But if it has to be,
I don't know what it is that was what is it that Mr. Teller, what was the term that was being offered, sir? Can you provide that to Mr. Berry? Maybe he'll accept it on the record. I don't know what it is.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The terms were single charge, no ABC manager, DC code 25701. That is a first secondary tier violation, a fine of $250 to be paid within 120 days, or license shall be suspended indefinitely. Or until paid. I apologize.
That is the term, Mr. Berry. Is it something that you want to accept? Do you want to think about, or there's no pressure on you, but those are the terms.
No, I am ready to accept because I had to go somewhere for a wedding and my son was there, but I know that doesn't cover the thing. But this is my first first mistake since I've been in business. But if I have to pay, I'm ready to do that. So I'm ready to settle the way it should be. Everybody agrees to it, please.
All right, so then it's Mr. Feller, the offering compromise then is what, fine of $250 payable within 120 days. Mr. Berry has stated that he will accept the offering compromise. So because Mr. Berry has stated that he will accept the compromise, and I'll state just on the record, Mr. Berry, by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing, are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And are you also, by accepting an offer in compromise, you're also giving up your right to appeal this matter? Are you unaware of that? Aware of that now, sir?
I do, sir, but I do accept whatever the board settles. I will pay that before the time.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for the representation. I'll then make a motion that the offer in compromise of a fine of $250 payable within 120 days be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant is the second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passed 6-0. So what this means then, what this means, then, Mr. Berry, you have 120 days from today to pay the fine. If the fine is not paid, your license will be suspended until you have paid the fine. So you can come into the office at any point and pay the fine, sir. Okay? Prior to
Yes, sir.
120 days.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Berry, for agreeing to this. Thank you, Mr. Fellow, for proposing this offer and compromise on the record. And I want to again thank the parties for working this out. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-00001, Luna Restaurant, license number 112282. Ms. Foxconn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
There.
Mr. Feller, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONYCELO, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Mr. Estrada, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment, sir? You need to unmute yourself, sir. Mr. Estrada, you need to unmute yourself, sir. I can't hear you. Take yourself off. Unmute your line, please, sir. Yes.
Yes. Good morning. Yeah, Tomas Estrada, and I'm the owner of Luna Restaurant.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
Tomas, last name Estrada, Estrada.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Cello, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, an offer in compromise did go out reasonably recently, and there has not been a response yet, nor I don't think significant time for a response.
Is this your case, Mr. Cello?
It is not.
All right. Mr. Estrada, whose case is this, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Cello, whose case is this?
Mr. Senshi, Colin Senshi.
Mr. Senshi. Mr. Estrada, I am not making any, I just want to make sure, sir, that when this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 18th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. If you desire, if you want to have a interpreter or translator at the hearing, please, if English is not your first language and if you require assistance, please contact the agency and we can provide you assistance at the hearing, sir, if you so desire language ability.
Appreciate it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I think that will be a good idea. If you have interpreted, I kind of understand, everything, but it's on legal terms, that maybe I won't be able to understand. But I will love to ask you for a favor. I'm getting, some familiar issues right now, and I'm have, like a lot of things going on, and I would love to know if you, by any chance, that hearing, if we can get a little bit more time than 18, 19, because one of the things will be, that I would love to have a lawyer for this too, but I'm not doing really good economic wise right now. If I can get, like an extra 30 days, that will give me some time, to set it up, to focus on my business, because basically, my business is, the future for my kids. And a little bit of money that I have there in the restaurant, is my kids' investment, for their colleges too. And I would like to see if I can get at least another extra 30 days after May 18.
Um,
You know, and if in the meantime, I'm sorry, if in the meantime, we can come into, to a settlement agreement, that will be even better for myself as well.
all right, what I'll suggest, I'm sorry, Mr. Stella, I'm sorry, whose case is this again?
Colin Senshi.
Mr. Stella, can you please have Mr. Senshi contact Mr. Estrada? And I would also request that if Mr. Senshi does not speak Spanish, that he also use the assistance of a translator.
And Mr. Chair, I can note that the office will not be opposing that continuance request.
All right, fine. And so what I would ask is that all right. What I'll ask is that we will consider that, but if if your office doesn't oppose it, just send something in writing to us and we'll consider it. But I will ask that during the conversation with Mr. Estrada that your office use what is Spanish your first language, Mr. Estrada?
Yeah, it's Spanish, yes. That's my original language, yes.
That I'll ask that a Spanish interpreter be provided, and the board will consider a 30-day extension if the parties cannot come to an agreement. So put something in writing and the board will consider that, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much. Same to you all.
All right then, bye-bye. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00076. The case is over, Mr. Estrada, so you can log off.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
¿Cómo salgo, mi amor?
Number 21 CMP 00076, Retail Local El Techo, license number 104119. Ms. Foster, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Chairperson, no other parties are present other than Sidonio Johannes.
I believe this is her case, I believe.
Yes, it is.
All right. Hold on one minute.
I do understand that Attorney Senshi is present, as this is his case as well.
Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, so if Mr. Senshi, so can you please elevate? Okay. All right. Good morning. Mr. Senshi, can you please spell and state your name for the record? Good morning, please.
Morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Cenci, Collincenci, Assistant Attorney General, representing District of Columbia today.
Good morning. Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee, SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning. Is the licensee gonna, Ms. Johannes, is the licensee gonna appear this morning? This is a show cause hearing.
Right, no, the licensee will not be here.
All right, Mr. Senshi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are, Chairperson Anderson. Last week, the parties filed a joint motion to continue this show cause hearing, given that the parties are working towards a global offer and compromise to resolve this case, along with all other cases for this establishment currently pending before the board.
All right, so where are we then with the? Are we still asking for an extension, or is there other preliminary matters here? Where are we?
We are still requesting a continuance, Chairperson Anderson. We're working towards an offer and compromise. However, it turns out that one case had snuck under both parties' radars, and that case did need to be added into the OIC. Both parties don't expect that it will cause any issues with having the OIC agreed upon. However, we do need just a bit of extra time so that way we are able to finalize the OIC in writing and submit it to the board.
Ms. Johannes, any representation?
Yes, yes, that's correct. I think the parties are ready to we'll be ready to sign or to submit a OIC very shortly.
So you're asking for the parties are then, I know that there was the continuation motion that was filed on April 20, 2022. That was for what? What period was that for? Because we have to make a decision on that motion.
I'm sorry, Chairperson Anderson. The continuance, we requested a simple, I believe it was a 1-month continuance. However, the continuance timeframe is not necessarily important, as we do expect to have this matter resolved before next week, given that there is another show cause hearing scheduled for this particular establishment next week as well.
No, I'm asking a different question, sir.
Sorry.
A continuance motion was filed on April 20th, 2022, and so we need to request it. So that motion that was filed on April 20th, 2022, how much extension? Because we have to respond to that motion because it's still a live motion. So because I don't have the motion in front of me, so I'm saying that motion was filed. What was the time period that was being asked to continue this? Was this hearing scheduled for last week? And it was, that's what I'm just getting some clarification on the continuance motion that was filed on April 20th, 2022.
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. I think that there is a little bit of confusion here because in filing this motion, we, I think, had a little bit of confusion with the board itself. There was a hearing scheduled for this establishment last week, but it was not this hearing on this particular case, on this particular issue, these charges. There are currently, if I'm not mistaken, 3 cases that are filed with the board and 2 additional cases that are not yet filed that will be encompassed by the OIC. Those cases were scheduled back to back for 3 weeks, last week, this week, and next week. The motion related to this specific hearing was filed last week on Wednesday, April 20th, and I believe it did request a 1-month continuance. So it would put it temporally after the continued date of the hearing that was originally supposed to be last week, which was.
So now you're asking for, so that hearing, that motion was asking for a 1-month continuation. That's what was being requested. Is that correct?
I believe so, and I can double check that motion just to be sure, Chairperson Anderson.
Yeah, please.
Yes, it was a 1-month continuance request, which I believe would have put it at June 1st or June 8th.
But today you're asking for the case, but that was for the case that was listed. That was for the case that was scheduled for last week. Is that correct?
No, that was a separate motion that was filed by, because Mr. Jordan is assigned to that case, and he filed that motion with the board. I believe that motion was granted. And so that case was continued. I'm not sure off the top of my head what date that one was continued to. It was a 1-month continuance request, either way, Chairperson.
If I may add, I mean, in terms of the motion that's before the board or will be before the board on the legal agenda, it would be in reference just to this case, and we don't need. I think we can do an oral amendment at this point in terms of the time period needed. We only need an additional week.
And that's what I know.
Chairperson Anderson, I think we lost your audio. I think no one's able to hear you, sir.
I
heard you just now.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Nothing has changed. I don't know why no one could hear me. No, the reason why I said we have that motion that we have to respond to. That's why I'm bringing this up. So the motion, it was a 1 month that was being requested for the hearing that was scheduled for today. Is that correct?
That's right. And as Ms. Giannis said, we can change that time frame if the board would prefer.
So you're then making an oral motion to amend that motion to request a 1 week extension. Is that now what has been, that motion has been amended to request a 1 week extension? Is that what the parties are now asking for?
Chairperson Anderson, we simply just want to have the matter continued, so we just have the opportunity to finalize this. Whatever would be simplest for the board to get the matter continued, we are glad to take that course of action.
All right. So what I need the parties to do is to orally amend the motion that was filed on, April 20th, 2022 from a 1 month extension to a 1 week extension. And I will make a motion that the board grant this amended motion to continue this matter for an additional week.
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. Then the District of Columbia moves that the previously filed motion for 1 month continuance be amended to a 1 week continuance to set this show cause hearing for May 4th, 2022. Do I have the consent of respondent, Ms. Johannes? I believe you're muted, Ms. Johannes.
Yes, you do.
All right, thank you. I then make a motion that the board grants this motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant is a second. The motion will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I know it sounds confusing, but there's some administrative matters that we have to do. So that's one of the reasons why I had to go through it. So we have now granted a 1 week extension for us to have this. So this matter will be continued for 1 week. It's my understanding that the parties are discussing a global settlement that can be provided if we have a signed settlement agreement. Then this matter can be moved to our legal agenda and we'll vote on it. Okay?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great day then. All right.
Same to you.
All right. All right, thank you. All right. We are now at the end of our morning calendar, so we will thank you, Mr. Estella. I believe that we have now exhausted our morning calendar, so I'm going to move to our legal agenda. Thank you for your appearance this morning, sir. Have a great day. All right. We now move to our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is review of ANC 3B's petition to extend the Glover Park liquor license moratorium. The existing moratorium expires on June 10th, 2022. I make a motion that we set this matter for a public hearing on May 25th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a complaint filed by a group of 5 dated April 4th, 2022 regarding an applicant's fitness for license. This is in the Premier Lounge, license number 120372. I make a motion that the ABC Board forward this matter to enforcement for an investigation of the allegations. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated April 8th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Granville Moore's Backyard, license number 072792. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated April 25th, 2022 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Tall Ship Providence, license number 113871. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of an offer and compromise in lieu of a hearing dated April 26, 2022. The case number 21 CMP 00036, Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. The OIC charge 1, increase the interior occupancy statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B1. There is a fine of $30,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Number 2 of that charge is there is a suspension. The license will be suspended for 30 days starting effective April 22nd, 2022 through May 27th, 2022. Number 2, charge 2, failure to follow settlement agreement by playing music that was heard outside of the establishment, statutory authority section 25A23A6. There will be a warning. I make a motion that the board accepts this offer and compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I just want to put on the record, when by the board accepting this offer and compromise, the licensee must turn its license over effective immediately to the licensing division for us to keep the license in safekeeping, and for the investigator to place the placard notices on the business that this business is the license has been suspended effective today, March 27th, 2022 through May 27th, 2022. All right, thank you. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review request to remove license from safekeeping as the licensee is ready to reopen for business. This is for Santa Rosa Taqueria, license number 089622. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for DC Food Market, license number 106962. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review request to withdraw application for a new ABC license. This is SP Real Estate LLC, license number 120474. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review request for refund of license fee for withdrawal of application. This is SP Real Estate LLC, license number 120474. I make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review request for a waiver of the individual and business entity clean hands requirement for license renewals and a request for extension of time period in which to renew the licenses. This is for Nando Peri Peri Veris locations, license number 078979, license number 079701, license number 092041, license number 097889, license number 092802, and license number 102915. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ed
Crockett
Grandis,
seconds.
Mr. Grandis and Ms. Crockett have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. That I pass 6-0. Number 6 on our licensing agenda, review application for manager's license. This is for Elsa Cahill, Khalil, license number 121123. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. First matter, supplemental license agenda. Review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Whitfield Entertainment Group Studios, Inc., license number 120468. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of agricultural, I apologize, floor plan for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for La Herrada, HERRADURA supermarket, license number 120819. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our vacate cease and desist orders agenda. The ABC Board is vacating the following orders to cease and desist previously issued on April 20th, 2022. Number one, Kana license number 115507. The licensee paid the second year annual fee on April 20th, 2022. JS Mart Liquor, license number 116822. The licensee paid the second year annual fee on April 21st, 2022. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vacate the cease and desist orders issued on April 20th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following licenses for the reasons outlined below. Number one, Dolan Yugur Restaurant, license number 104335, licensee request cancellation. Number two, Ivy City Wine Company, license number 118058. The licensee requests cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants cancel these licenses. There a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 18 applications. I'm going to read the names of all 18 applicants. I will read the name of the class, category, license that's been requested. I'll also read the name of the event, the date, and the license number. And at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC Board to approve all 18 requests. So the first request, a request made by Dwayne Osborne for a one-day license class S. This is for the Van Gogh Expo. This is for May 5th through May 6th, through May 7th, through May 8th, 2022. The license number is 121171. 500 attendees and passing through the event for 10 security guards. Number two, another request from Dwayne Osborne, a one-day license class F, again for the Van Gogh Expo. This is for May 12th through the 13th, through May 14th through May 15th. License number is 121172. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number three, another request from Dwayne Osborne, a one-day license class F, the Van Gogh Expo. This is from May 19th through May 20th, from May 20th through May 21st, from May 21st to May 22nd. The license number is 121173, again, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number four, another request from Dwayne Osborne, a one-day license class F, the Van Gogh Expo. This is from May 26th through May 27th, May 27th through May 28th, and May 28th through May 29th. License number is 121175, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number five, a request from Lana Mahmoud, one-day license class G concert. This is for April 30th, 2022. License number is 121127, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number six, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class G. This is a concert for the Miracle Theater. This is April 30th, 2022. The license number is 121126, 350 attendees, 6 security guard. Number seven, a request from Edward Glass Cook, a one-day license class G fundraiser. This is May 19th, 2022. License number 121135, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number eight, a request from Scott Slivken, Silvken, a one-day license class G Wedding, May 28th, 2022, license number 121138, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 9, a request from Elaine Clayton, a one-day license class G fundraiser for the Junior League of Washington. This is April 30th, 2022, license number 121139, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, a request from Henoch Melis, a one-day license class G graduation party, June 4th, 2022, license number 121157, 250 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 11, a request from Joanne Eastmond, a one-day license class G Haitian Women's Musical Festival, April 30th, 2022, license number 121168, 75 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 12, a request from Robert Jordan, a one-day license class G social event, May 2nd, 2022, license number 121167, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 13, a request from Carmen Diaz Martinez, a one-day license class G for Quinn Finera, Quinceanera. This is May the 7th, 2022, license number 121176, 170 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 14, a request from Krista Weymouth, a one-day license class G fundraiser for the John Eaton School PTA, May 7th, 2022, license number 121180, 70 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, a request from Josephine Chu, one-day license class G happy hour and dinner, Common Good City Farm license. This is on May 3rd, 2022. License numbers 121189, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 16, a request from Asian Nichelle Keys, a one-day license class G 50th birthday party, May 7th, 2022. License number is 121195, 150 attendees, 5 security guard. Number 17, Quatera Restaurants LLC, one-day substantial change for birthday party. Substantial change to have a DJ on premises. This is on May 1st, 2022. The license number is 118338. The substantial change license number is 22SC00686. And number 18, a request from Decanter, a one-day substantial change, but it's a one-day substantial change to allow customers to sample 1 ounce pours more than 25 wines. This is on May 7th, 2022. The license number is 090639. The substantial change license number is 22SC00696. I make a motion, therefore, that the ABC board grants these one-day license requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short. Mr. Short, can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Ms. Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. There are 36 requests on our licensing administrative docket. I will read the names of all the applicants, and I'll also read the license number and the request that's been made. And at the end, I would ask the ABC board to grant these requests. So the first request is a request from Air Restaurant, license number 117404. They are a Retailer C restaurant. Adding cover charge to existing entertainment endorsement application. Number 2, a request from Tai Poon Retailer C restaurant. Letter of request to remove the officer Thomas Ukrit, UKRIT, as a shareholder. Number 3, a request from GoPuff Review, license number 101261. Retailer A Internet, letter of request to transfer to new location for the off-site storage facility from 3401 Water Street Northwest to 4221 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Number 4, request from Delmar, license number 106119, retailer C restaurant, carry out and delivery endorsement application. Number 5, a request from the Charles E. Smith Center, license number 001070. They are retailer CX multipurpose facility, letter of request to remove the officer Thomas J. LeBlanc as president. Number 6, a request from Brian Cotter for personal importation permit application. The license number is 22 IMP 00010. Number 7, a request from Roger E. Meyer, again for personal importation permit application. That license number is 22 IMP 00011. Number 8, a request from Spin, license number 107858, retailer C Tavern, letter of request to remove the officer Cheryl A. Inouye, INOUYE as CEO. Number 9, a request from Doi Moi Bird's Eye Destination Wedding, license number 088683, retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Max Kuller as managing member. Number 10, a request from All Purpose Pizzeria, license number 098919, retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the officer Jonathan P. Zutant, Zutant. Number 11, Hyatt House, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 106080, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Vincent J. Constantini, Executive Vice President. Number 12, Hyatt House, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 106080, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application, Andrew S. Sun, manager. Number 13, Canopy, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 010683, retailer C Hotel, change of officer application to add Vincent J. Constantini, Executive Vice President. Number 14, Canopy, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 106083, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Andrew S. Sun, manager. Number 15, The Pig, license number 088060, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Antonia Oquendo, Oquendo as member. Number 16, Knollwood Apartments, license number 096716, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application, Paul W. Bricker, Chief Operating Officer. Number 17, Grand Hyatt, Washington, license number 089087920, retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer Brian G. McNamara. Number 18, this is a personal importation permit application for Leonard John Kosinski, Kosinski. The license number is 22 IMP 00012. Number 19, Jose Andres Catering, license number 088399, caterer, change of officer application, adding Cannon, Kannan, Srinivassan as vice president. Number 20, China Chilcano, license number 095739, retailer C Restaurant, change of officer application to add Cannon Srinivassan, Srinivassan as vice president. Number 21, Eat Story Restaurant Concepts, it's Hilton Garden Inn, DC, U.S. Capitol, license number 109506, retailer C Restaurant, letter of request to remove the entity East Store Restaurant Concepts LLC. Number 22, Crimson, license number 103085, Retailer C Hotel, letter of request to remove the officer Carter D. Cartfritz. Number 23, the Catering Company of Washington, license number 075121, Caterer, trade name change application, the Catering Company of Washington / Elizabeth Gone Raw. Number 24, the Catering Company of Washington, license number 075121, Caterer, corporate name change application. The new name is now SSP Inc. Number 25, Bozelli's Italian Deli, license number 118868, Retailer D Restaurant, carry out and deliver endorsement application. Number 26, the Army Navy Club, license number 000114, Retailer CX Club, change of officer application, Mark L. Warren, President. Number 27, Hook and Reel Cajun Seafood and Bar, license number 120544, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 28, Eat and Smile Catering, license number 120939, Caterer, new ABC license application. Number 29, Hellbender Brewing Company, license number 121020, Manufacturer B, new ABC license application. Number 30, Ambar, license number 090240, Retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. Number 31, La Prima Catering, license number 121098, Caterer, new ABC license application. Number 32, On Key, license number 119219, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 33, Liquid Therapy LLP, trade name to be determined, license number 120125, Caterer, new ABC license application. Number 34, Potomac Tiki Club, George Washington Memorial Parkway, license number 111118-3, Retailer DX Maritime Vessel, new ABC license application. Number 35, Amlux Cafe, Beer, Wine, and Spirits, license number 121194, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. And number 36, Boogie and Peel, license number 120631, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these applicants. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has second motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0. We're now at the end of our morning calendar and our morning agenda. I would like to thank the members of the public who have logged on this morning to participate in the hearing. And we are now adjourned for lunch. I direct all, we will come back to a public hearing at 1:30 p.m. And I will now direct board members to return to executive session for further development and action. Have a good morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I am joined by 5 other members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum for us to conduct business. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 4 cases scheduled for this afternoon calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for our IT specialists to elevate the right for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all camera and microphone for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. And so our first case this afternoon, we have a fact-finding hearing, case number 22-251-00009, 12 after 12, license number 117238. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the investigator in this case, the licensee, and his representative, please? I believe those are all the parties in this case.
Please stand by. Borju Biabani, your rights have been elevated. Mark Brashears, your rights have been elevated. MPD Officer Nathan Clark, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe that I'm sorry, Mr. Bani, you are from 12 after 12?
Yes, sir. That's me, Borzu
Do
Biabani.
you have an attorney, sir?
I do not present today.
Oh, you don't have an attorney. Okay, fine. All right. Let's have everyone identify themselves for the record. I will start with you, Mr. Bani. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Sure, of course. My name is Borzu Biabani. It's spelled B as in boy, O-R-Z, O-U, and my last name is B as in boy, I-A-B-A-N-I, Biabani, and I'm the owner of 12 after 12. The company name is Equity 18 LLC.
Oh, good morning. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm sorry. Mr. Brashears, good afternoon. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your and where you're currently employed, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Mark Brashears. That's M-A-R-K, last name B-R-A-S-H-E-A-R-S. And I'm employed by the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brashears. And Officer Clark, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman, sir. It's Officer Nathan Clark, Nathan-C-L-A-R-K-E, Metropolitan Police Department.
Good afternoon, Officer Clark. And again, good afternoon, everyone. This is a fact-finding hearing. The purpose of the fact-finding hearing was that on or about February 19th, 2022, a patron had a firearm and in the establishment, and basically that's what brought us to the board's attention. And so this is a fact-finding hearing. The board is gathering information. We're just gathering information. At the end of this hearing, the board will then make a determination whether or not we will have no further action or whether or not we believe that a violation has occurred. And if the board believes that a violation has occurred, then we will send this case over to the Attorney General's office for the Attorney General to determine what provisions of the law has been violated or whether or not they will whether or not they will bring charges, file formal charges, ABRA charges against the establishment. At fact-finding hearings, none of the witnesses are under oath, and at a fact-finding hearing, the board cannot compel a licensee to take any specific actions at a fact-finding hearing. The board can, all the board can do, we can ask if you can take certain actions, and you can say no, that's your right, but we have no legal authority to order you to take any specific actions at a fact-finding hearing, because as I stated before, all that we're doing is gathering information. So what we'll start the process off, and I will start with the investigator, Brashears, who can tell us how is it that he became aware of this. You, Mr. Baibani, once the board will ask Mr. Bashir some questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of him if you so desire. And then we'll also have Officer Clark. He can provide information to the board. The board will ask him questions, and you will also have an opportunity to ask questions if you so desire. At the end of the hearing, I said before, the board will I will probably state that we'll take this matter under advisement, and then we'll determine what further action, if any, we'll take. Any questions by any party before we start?
No question.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Brashears, can you tell us how is it that you became aware of this establishment and the incident that occurred?
Yes, sir. On Saturday, February 18th, 2022, I received an ABRA hotline call from MPD requesting assistance at the establishment. Investigator Butler and I responded to the establishment and made contact with MPD. MPD advised that they were flagged down by the establishment security, who had removed 2 patrons for fighting and believed one of the individuals to be armed with a handgun. MPD determined that the individual did in fact have a handgun and was arrested outside the establishment. With regard to the incident, I spoke with the head of security, who stated that 2 patrons began fighting in an area of the establishment called the Green Room. And when security broke them up, someone was heard yelling gun. The head of security stated that security personnel put that individual into a headlock and took him out of the establishment. The man was subsequently turned over to MPD and arrested. When I spoke with the head of security, he stated the establishment employed 6 in-house security personnel. And when I inquired about their training, he described it as basically industry training. And he stated that they communicated via flashlights and 2-way radios. And he also stated that security personnel have fixed and roving positions. Some of the observations I made with regard to the security, I did not observe any pat downs, wanding. I did not observe security personnel wearing any type of identifiable clothing. And I noted that the establishment had 6 security personnel to cover 3 floors with a 600 capacity occupant load. Investigator Butler reviewed the camera footage of the incident, and he observed 2 security personnel respond to the fight between the patrons. The actual altercation occurred out of the view of the cameras. As he continued to view the video, he could see the security personnel outside of the establishment and the arrival of MPD. Investigator Butler learned that there were 16 cameras placed throughout the establishment. Further records reviews here at ABRA disclosed that although the establishment is licensed as a CN and is required to have a security plan, we do not have one on file. One has not been submitted, and the ABC establishment has been operating, from what I can tell in our records, from June 24th, 2021.
That's it, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Officer Clark, anything you can add to what was reported by Investigator Brashears, please?
The only obstacle that we had was obtaining video footage in a timely manner. The request was made via email February 19th, 2020, and I did not get a correspondence back or the actual video until February 26, 2022. In between that time, on the 23rd of February 2022, I had to email the club establishment establishing a deadline because we need the video for evidentiary purposes.
Officer Clark, who is it where you sending your request to at the establishment so I can ask Mr. Biboni?
To Mr. Barboni. I can give you the email address. It's
just, you can give us most of it, not all, since we're on the World Wide Web. So you can give us most of it, please.
oh, okay. Well, I lost the tab where it's at, but an email correspondence was sent.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. When again did you first email? I'm sorry. When did the incident occur, please?
I'm back.
Yeah. When did the incident occur?
The incident occurred on February 19th, 2022.
And when is it that you first contacted Mr. Barboni for video?
On February 19th, 2022.
The same day. Okay.
Yes.
And when did you respond? When did you receive a response from him?
The initial response was on the 23rd of February, 2022.
Okay. Did you get the video?
Not on that day. I then gave a time, a deadline of the 26th of February, 2022. I needed by that date, and that's the date that it was sent, February 26th, 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Brashears, did you or Mr. Butler requested the video from the establishment?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't speak for what Mr. Butler may have done. I know that he reviewed video on premise, I believe, and observed what he observed on scene.
Okay, all right, so your representation that if you understand that Investigator Butler did review the videos on scene, is that correct? All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Brashears, does this establishment, I think you stated that this establishment does not have a security plan, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Do you know why this establishment, since this is a nightclub and the law, I think it's 25402 D1 requires that a nightclub have a security plan? Do you know why this establishment did not have a security plan, sir?
No, sir. I just know that they don't have one. And as of yesterday, I checked in with our adjudication personnel, and one has yet to be submitted.
Now, are you aware whether or not a specific request was made to the establishment for a security plan, sir?
I am unaware if that occurred or not, sir.
All right, thank you. Any questions of either the officer or Mr. Brashears by any board members?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
I just have one. Mr. Brashears, thank you for your testimony and your investigative report. In my reading it and listening to the testimony, is it your understanding that the security personnel of the establishment, when they went outside with the individual, they directly handed them to MPD, or MPD did not get the handoff directly?
My understanding was that security personnel flagged MPD personnel down, and they came over, and that the establishment brought the individual out. Speaking with the MPD sergeant that was on scene, he basically stated the individual was moving around in front of the establishment. MPD made contact with the individual, and when he bent over to pick something up off the ground, he became off balance. The MPD officer went to steady him, and that's when he felt the gun on his person, and the arrest was made. So they basically brought him out and kept him there until MPD arrived, was my understanding.
So, so the officer, I see you nodding your head. It's your understanding that there was a direct handoff of this individual from the security staff who brought him outside to an MPD officer. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So there would be limited time, if at all, for this person to have acquired the gun outside of the establishment.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grant. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Biavani, any questions of Mr. Bashirs or the officer? And then I might have some questions too.
No questions, sir.
All right, well, Mr. Biavani, when is it that you open your business, sir?
So we were open actually around October, a little bit after Halloween. We started the establishment.
I'm sorry, sir, what year? I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry.
And what type of establishment are you, sir?
It's a lounge. A
So
lounge. We have live music, we have DJs, jazz, salsa, dancing, things of that nature.
And so you applied for a CN license, which is a nightclub license. So do you know what that means? So were you operating as a nightclub?
Yeah, we have DJs in various rooms, and we do operate as a nightclub in addition to having live music.
So were you aware, sir, since you're operating as a nightclub, that you're supposed to have a security plan?
Yes, we actually do have a security plan. We never got a request that it wasn't there. I don't think we would have gotten our license if we didn't have one. I'm happy to forward it to you. When we initially started, our name was going to be The Lounge, and then we didn't want to get confused with the place that was there before, so we changed it to 12 After 12. I don't know if that would have caused any confusion, but I'm happy to forward it to you, to the board.
But this incident occurred, I think, February 19th, on or about February 19th, and I think they did either Mr. Bashirs or Mr. Butler, did anyone from Abra have any conversations with you about the existence of a security plan, sir?
I didn't have anyone ask me to forward the security plan. I did see it on the paperwork that we received in order to have this meeting.
But the paperwork you received said we didn't have a security plan. So did it occur to you that, oh well, let me since we have one, let me submit it to the agency?
Yes, well, we told our counsel to forward it to the board. I can check to see if they've done that, but I know that we've had one, and it was under the name of The Lounge, and then it should be under the name of 12 After 12 now. But we've always had a security plan.
So the agency, sir, does not have a copy of the security plan.
Yeah, yes.
So if you're stated that you have provided it to us before, then you need to provide it to us and proof that you're providing to the agency prior. Now, so tell me about how many camera systems do you have how many cameras do you have in your location, sir?
We have 16 now.
You have 16. So how many cameras did you have during the time of this incident?
We had 16 cameras around the same time as well.
Were all 16 cameras in operation, sir?
Yes.
Now, Officer Clark stated that he had requested, I'm sorry, Officer Clark, you specifically requested the camera? Was it you who made a specific request, sir?
Yes, because on the day of, we attempted to review the camera, but we said, not we said, but we were told by the establishment that access to the camera after the event transpired was not available.
So, Mr. Biavani, now, yes. Officer Clark stated that he made a specific request to you for camera. Can you explain to us
Sure.
the delay?
Absolutely. The request that I got was sent via the email that he mentioned. I never spoke with Officer Clark at the time of the incident or that night at all. As soon as I got his email, I responded that we're going to compile the information, and we are. These systems are, honestly, they're very complicated. The different systems at different businesses are different software that runs the camera systems. It takes a long time to look at the footage and the different cameras and the different rooms, and there's multiple cameras. It takes a long time, and it's a very precarious system. Establishing the time, scrubbing through all the video. It takes hours to do that. And then to try to get all the clips where this individual was in the frames of the camera. It is not a user-friendly system by any means. It's called Lumen Camera Security System. So it took us time to look at all the cameras, see which cameras picked them up. We were able to find the cameras that basically showed him being escorted out, brought to the front until he was taken by the Metropolitan Police Department. But it is not an easy thing to work with. It takes time, and you can't fast forward through these cameras. You have to watch them in real time to see what's coming through the pictures of that particular camera. It takes a long time to do that. And I sent him multiple videos and multiple camera angles and kept in touch with him on email until he received the footage.
But I guess the reason I'm asking, sir, I mean, I'm not an IT person, and I've been as the chair of the board. We have requested videos from establishments, and they've turned them over. So I don't understand what type of system is it that you currently have, where you're saying that you are unable to turn the videos over in short order. I'm just trying to get some clarification why you are having these specific issues. Why I've not heard that before.
Well, it's not so much an issue, just a bit of a learning curve. I hadn't scrubbed that type of footage for that length of time. It took me some time to get versed on it. As a matter of fact, we had detectives that were requesting some footage in front of a pizza location we have. The incident was unrelated to us. This was just the other day. They believe a suspect passed through the front, and we turned it over to them pretty quickly. Because we're getting a lot more comfortable with how to use the system.
Now, are you aware that the law requires that the security footage, it has to be made available within 48 hours to ABRA or MPD, sir?
I wasn't aware of that, no.
And as stated by the officer, it took something like maybe 5 days for this to be provided to them. It appears that, I guess by reviewing the report that was just read by Supervisor Investigator Bashir, that it appears that our investigators saw it, but I'm being told by Officer Clark that they made a specific request, and it was not apparent that that was turned over to them within the 48-hour as required by law. Now, how long is it that, you know how long the video, how long is it maintained?
I have the videos that were submitted to the officer. We have
Generally, you know how long the footage on your camera, how long are they maintained for?
So those depend on, the cameras basically depends on how much they're recording. And then they delete as they go. I think it's about, 30 days or so. I can get an exact number.
Well, but I'm asking a question because I'm saying, are you aware that the law requires that they have to be maintained if there's a crime that occurred, they have to be maintained for 30 days? That's what I'm asking. Are you aware?
They have to be, we preserve that footage, yes.
Now, tell me about typically how does the public or ABRA, how do they know who are your security? If I was to come to your establishment, how do I know who the security staff is?
Sure. So we work with American protection professionals. All of their hosts and guards have security in the back. This was interestingly enough, it was in February. So some of them wore jackets because they go inside and some of them outside. So some of the people that were inside had jackets which covered the security emblem on the back of their shirts. So we've told them that when any of their guys are inside, make sure they don't have a jacket covering that after this incident. But they're all uniformed that says security on the back of their shirts. Because we want the visibility. But in February, I think some of their people still wore their jackets inside and covered their shirts that had the emblazonment of security on the back.
Now, how is it that this individual, tell me about your security process in entering the facility, your establishment. How is it that an individual with a gun was able to enter your establishment, sir?
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely an unfortunate situation. Thank God it was an isolated situation. We don't currently do pat downs, anything of that nature. We check IDs, and we have a lot of private events actually at the establishment. And he was able, I don't know if he was wearing it where it was on his person, but we did not see this coming into the venue. As a matter of fact, we spoke with some of the people that were running the venue, and they didn't really know this individual. Of course, we're open to the public as well. And so they think that he was just floating around the area and happened to come into our establishment, and we let the public in, and we did not do a pat down on him.
But I'm saying, what is the procedure generally?
Sure, the general
to enter the establishment.
Right. Basically, we check IDs for age verification. We don't have a wands or metal detectors at this time. We don't do that.
So how are you going to prevent another individual, sir, from entering your club with a weapon?
Well, after this incident, when it does start getting later in the evening, we are starting to do pat downs. We don't do them when the place opens. We have a lot of happy hour crowds and things like that, and we're not doing it earlier in the day. As it gets later in the evening, we are on nights where it's busier at night, and it gets later in the evening, we are doing pat downs at the front door where we check IDs, but we don't do it every night.
But let me ask you, as I said before, I've not seen your security plan, and you said you have a security plan. Is there a provision in your security plan that talks about how individuals enter, the procedures for entering your club?
So there's a lot of protocols in our security plan for various situations that we can encounter. There is no provision in there that mandates our security staff to pat down everyone that comes in at this time.
Mr. Brashears, Officer Clark, board members, anyone have any questions of Mr. Biboni?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question of him.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bambani.
How are you?
How long have you been in the nightclub business?
Since 2014. Oh, I'm sorry, I lost your audio there.
Forgive me. Do you have any that are in the District of Columbia?
Yes, sir.
So you are familiar with the District of Columbia nightclub laws that require you to have a security plan?
Yes.
And that plan has to be submitted to Arbor for approval.
Yes, that's correct.
But you didn't do that.
Well, when we had our people submit all the paperwork in order to get the license, I don't think they would have accepted the license without the security plan. I'm confident it was submitted. It was submitted under the lounge, and we did have a name change. So I believe maybe we caused some confusion because we changed the name later, and maybe the file was misplaced. I don't know. But we did have a name change. That was on us. I've talked to our firm that handled the case for getting the liquor license and told them to make sure that we submit the security plan. We do have a security plan.
And that security plan has to be approved and stamped and left in your premises, correct?
We do have it in the premises. I don't have it stamped.
So you're saying Arbor made the mistake of giving you of you submitting a security plan and them not checking it and you not getting one that's been approved by ARPA. Is that your
No,
testimony?
No, I'm not saying that they made a mistake. We were under the impression, I was under the impression that we must have submitted it because of getting the licensing. And maybe us changing the name caused an issue of where it didn't meet the correct protocols. But we did have one, and we had it in file in the location, but it is not stamped.
Okay. So that security plan is going to tell you some things that had to happen with your camera system, some things that had to happen with the security being, all those things that have been asked of you today, they're in security plans that are approved by ARPA. And so do you plan on having anytime soon, have one that's been approved by ARPA in your business?
Absolutely. The security plan that we have, we're going to submit it again and make sure that it's reviewed and stamped. Absolutely.
Okay, and so since 2014, when you got into the nightclub business, you had no idea that of what cameras are supposed to do with security plans and how security persons are to be dressed and clothed?
No, I'm very versed on what happens of all the different scenarios that we run into in a nightclub establishment. And we have our law firms to make sure they submit all the proper documents to get our licensing, to keep our licensing. It's something that I, depend on them to handle. At the end of the day, it is my responsibility that you guys should have had it on file. And if it's not on file, that's my responsibility. And I have told them to make sure that this is provided to you guys and we make sure that you get it in your hand. We've had a security plan at all of our places.
Would it also be now that you know, or now you've been reminded that security persons should have their security written on them somewhere, that people know who security are?
Absolutely. The visibility itself helps the establishment, just like a police officer on the street would help. People seeing that visual puts people on notice. All of our security staff that we work with from American Professionals have that emblazoned on their shirt. I told them in February, these guys are wearing their jackets when they come inside, and it covers security that is marked on their shirt. And so what's the point of that? They cannot have a jacket that doesn't say security on the jacket, at least, if they're going to choose to wear it and cover it. It doesn't do anything good for us when it's covered by any means. So yes.
So you knew this the night before. You knew this prior to the gun incident.
I know that all of this.
You knew that.
Yes, the securities. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And that didn't happen that night.
Not all the security had their shirts covered that night. Some of them were outside, some of them that were inside. Some of them that rove from the outside to the inside kept their jackets on.
So if a person is at the front door where someone has a pistol in their clothing and someone has a jacket on that doesn't have security on it, how do they conduct themselves security wise when they're not marked as security?
So the shirts of American Professional, they have security on the front and the back. If they have their jacket on, the back will be blocked and the front will be visible. And we have these people checking IDs. They're very sizable, imposing individuals. They're stopping everyone from getting in. They're checking IDs one by one as people come into the establishment. There's a police presence out there always on DuPont, and we're always in touch with them.
That's a great answer. But the problem is we're here today because someone was inside of your business with a pistol. And you say you don't do wanding and you don't do pat downs. And you're saying to us, it's no big deal. Is that what you're going to continue to do, or are you going to make any changes?
It's a very big deal. It's a very big deal. The safety.
What changes are you going to make that you can assure me as a board member that someone else is not going to walk into your club with a pistol?
Yeah, we already are doing much more pat downs than we did. We are also taking under advisement to do wanding, which I think is, puts people a lot more on notice than putting the big metal detectors, which we would rather not do, but it is paramount. I mean, this is an isolated situation. We've never had this type of situation over there.
I understand that. I don't mean to cut you off, but I do understand that. That's the reason why we're sitting here today.
Yeah.
And forgive me if I don't take your attitude as being adequate, because you're saying are you saying you pat down everyone now and for security wise? Do you do that now?
On Friday nights and Saturday nights, we're doing it when it gets later in the evening.
So during the week, if a perpetrator or criminal decides they want to come in your place with a pistol, it's no big deal.
Well, it's a very big deal. We don't want anyone like that in the establishment. We don't do it around when we open around 8 o'clock.
I believe you, sir. But reassure me that I won't see you again before this board, because on a Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday night, someone has a pistol in your establishment again. Can you assure me, any kind of way at all, that I won't see you again for this reason, or because you don't have a security plan that's been approved and you don't have people that have the proper security written on their uniforms or shirts? Assure me that, please.
Sure. The American professionals we work with, all of their shirts are marked. Again, it was a failure on their part, which is a reflection of a failure on our part, that they had it covered when they were inside because of a jacket. We told them, your people cannot have their security names on their shirts ever covered in any event, inside or outside. And if they have a jacket on that's outside, the jacket has to be marked clearly with security on the outside of the jacket as well, so the shirt's not covered. So that's a paramount issue that we've spoken with the American professionals regarding being emblazoned and have visibility on their inside and outside of the venue. As far as getting people inside, that this is a huge issue on many levels. Most paramount is safety for the customers. Once this, we don't have to go into it, but once this individual was identified in the club, we got him out immediately. We de-escalated it immediately. We didn't jump on the guy and make it more exacerbated and aggressive. Got him out there, got him to the police as quick as we can.
I thank you for that answer. Are you familiar with several large cities, nightclubs, where they've had shootings recently in nightclubs?
Yes. So
by not wanding or not patting down on certain nights, you aren't afraid that you're going to be facing maybe the same dilemma one day if you don't beef up your security?
Well, that's certainly the last thing we want. And we have had many meetings with our security personnel, and we are in talks to make sure that they're equipped with the wanding. And we don't want it to be on certain nights. We wanted to make sure that when they come there, they have everything there, the radios, the emblazoned things, and the wanding. It's something that we never want to have this incident again, ever.
Again, I guess what I'm trying to get from you is, and just answer yes or no. Are you going to be doing wanding and pat downs on events whenever you're open?
Yes, we will get to that. Yes, we will.
You will do that. And that will be in your security, that will be in your security plan once we get it, correct?
We can add it to the security plan because I know it's not in the current one. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Any other questions by either the investigator, Officer Clark, or?
Yes, sir. I have a couple for the establishment owner.
Yes.
So just so we're clear and for the record, I spoke to a Mr., and forgive me if I mispronounce his name, Todorovic.
Yes, that is Boris, our head of security.
Boris.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you please spell that name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, it's Todorovic. He identified himself as the head of security the night of the incident when I spoke with him, and he was unaware of a security plan when I spoke with him about it. Additionally, there was some confusion. I guess the normal ABC manager wasn't there. There was someone filling in, and also with regard to the jackets and the security things, The individuals I dealt with, and I primarily stayed out front, as you stated, had jackets on. But one concern I did have, you mentioned that this situation was an isolated incident. However, we really don't know that because there aren't really any procedures in place, and individuals with weapons could have come in unbeknownst to the establishment. The other thing I just wanted to bring to your attention, I noticed you have multiple floors, 3 floors, and an occupant load of 600 personnel, or occupant load of 600 people. And at the time you had 6 security. And, you know, you throw in that someone at the front door, the stairs and things of that nature, it seemed a little on the light end. Are you planning to have more security personnel going forward?
Yeah, so that night we had sub 200 people in the venue, and we're really mainly split on 2 levels. And we want to make sure that we have adequacy, that we have hosts that can see every single room, because there are multiple rooms, and we do that based on the load that we're going to expect that night. Again, it was a private party for the most part that night. We knew how many people were coming in, and it wasn't really that many. It was under 200 people. But when we know we're busier for rentals or it's a holiday weekend or something, we have the appropriate number of security to cover the entire club and the outside.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Sure. You're welcome.
Officer Clark, you have a question?
Yeah, I have a few, sir. Is security maintaining a counter of patrons entering the club?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how many club goers you had that on the 19th of February, 2022?
I don't have an exact, no, I know we're under 200. A lot of, as you know, in that area, it's kind of like the Times Square of DC. We're next to Soft House and we're next to Public. People are generally popping in every venue, they're in and out. So at any one time on that evening, we didn't have more than about 200 people. I spoke with them in the venue at one time.
And when is the last time that you've actually reviewed personally the security plan? Would you say within the last, week, 2 weeks, month?
Yes, I've read it within the last week, absolutely. There are many protocols based on people drinking, based on fights, based on someone being belligerent. There's a lot of different points that it covers. It addresses how to handle every single one of those. A lot of it is monitoring, de-escalating, approaching, separating, removing. Every incident is different, whether someone's being belligerent, not being belligerent, whether a fight has already broken out or is about to break out, or something they see or something they hear, someone they have to monitor. It's a very detailed document, and it runs for probably most establishments like ours, very security, of course, oriented on how to handle the general public. And there's at least 10 scenarios that it addresses of how to approach and bring it to a terminate situation by minimizing any aggression or danger to other patrons, isolating the incident, removing the incident, how the individuals need to behave, and make sure that what their actions are to terminate an incident doesn't escalate the incident in any way, shape, or form. So it's very detailed, and I have read it thoroughly.
Okay. And there was testimony that there's 6 security in-house from American Protection Professionals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, and out of those 6, how many are on the outside checking IDs?
There are at least 2 outside, and there was 4 inside, and we had 2 of the rooms covered. We only had really 1 floor open that night, the green room and the red room, which is together.
Okay. I'm just at a general as a general observation. I mean, there were, based upon the video, a lot of people in the club that night, based upon the video I reviewed. And I got just 2 more quick questions, distinguished panel. Where is American Protection Professionals based out of?
They're established in Washington, D.C. They're insured. I believe they're licensed in Washington. They've worked at a lot of different clubs. We've worked with them a lot in the past. I don't know if they work outside of the district at all.
Okay. All right. So, just for the purposes of the ABRA committee, on the 22nd of February, April 22nd, 2022, we did have an incident involving an employee. She was on the outside of the club, but she indicated that she was an employee of 12 After 12, and she was apprehended for possession of a firearm and also high capacity magazine and high capacity ammunition.
An employee of 12 After 12 was apprehended
Correct.
on April 22nd in front of the club with a firearm?
Leaving the club, going to her car where she had stored the firearm. She had a firearm in her vehicle, not on her persons in the club. I will make that distinction, but she had a firearm in the vehicle in plain view.
That is, I've never heard of this.
Okay.
That was not brought to my attention. Do you have the individual's name?
Yeah, her name is, yeah, I can send that to you. So I spoke to your security that night as well. I'm asking for a manager. One was unavailable.
On April 22nd. Okay, that has not come to my attention.
Officer Clark, let me ask you, what do you mean you asked for a manager and you were told a manager is unavailable?
Yeah, I went up to the entrance of 12 After 12. I asked for a manager. Somebody told me one was available. And then another person told me that I'll be back in a few minutes, just wait here. And then shut the door and told me I could go upstairs. I said, okay.
We always have a manager on duty. Do you know what was the time of this incident?
I can, the time of the incident, I can't give you a precise time, but it would have been close to closing, a little bit after 3 a.m.
Okay. And this individual left the club and walked to her vehicle, and there was a firearm in her vehicle.
Correct.
She didn't bring it from the club. It was in her vehicle.
It was in her vehicle, correct.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Barboni, I think what the officer is saying, this is still not legal in the District of Columbia. You can't have a firearm. You're an employee of yours or an alleged employee of yours cannot have a firearm in plain view in their vehicle outside your establishment. I mean, we have had other cases where the same thing occurred. And so we have had other establishments where we have brought them in for fact finding here and where their employees or people who have participated in activities in the club, they have had firearms in plain view inside their guns. So I think this is something that the officer is bringing to your attention to say maybe this is something you need to talk to your employees about, because this is not within, at least within the District of Columbia, it's not legal to possess a firearm in plain view in a car. I think that's why he's trying to bring that to your attention.
Yeah, and respectfully, I absolutely respect the information. I don't know who the individual is. I haven't, this information hasn't been brought to my attention. I don't know who would have a firearm in their vehicle. I don't know any of the details of it. I can't speak to it. I don't have the facts. I don't even know who it was that they're speaking of at this moment.
Well, the officer said he'll provide the name. He
Right.
said he'll provide the name to you offline so you'll know who it is.
Okay, sure.
But I just want to ensure though that, officer, is this part of your regular beat? How are you familiar with this establishment, sir? Officer Clark.
Yes, sir. I'm part of the crime suppression team, and we've had an uptick of gun violence around that Connecticut Avenue corridor between the 1100 block and 1300 block of Connecticut Avenue. So we've actually been staged down there to thwart gun violence. So I'm on a specialized unit.
All right. No, so if you're in the area, I guess the reason I'm asking the question is for Mr. Babani, if Officer Clark or other members of MPD come to your establishment, and I'm not saying that your staff is not doing that, but I'm just saying that he has stated that what occurred, that I would ask you to have conversations with your door staff, that if an officer shows up and asks to speak to a manager, that person is made available to the officer within a reasonable period of time. And I think that's what I'm gathering from what Officer Clark is trying to bring to your attention, is that we have made requests and your door staff has not been helpful to MPD. I think that's what he's trying to state.
Absolutely. I mean, we love the police presence down there. We have a great relationship with the police in that area. We welcome them to be close to the venue. As soon as this or any other occurrence will happen or has happened or did happen, we contact them immediately, and they're right there, and we're grateful that they're there. As far as, we always have a manager on duty there. 3 a.m., I guess it's closing time. I wasn't there. I'm certainly going to follow up to see why someone wasn't made available immediately to the officer. That's the last thing we want. We actually are in programs we have paid police detail to help us, and as they do a lot of establishments to have a presence outside. We're very fond of the police in that area. I will address it with the staff on that particular night, why someone wasn't made available to Officer Clark immediately. And about this incident, it's definitely District of Columbia law, I'm sure in general, with gun permitting laws, that you can't, unless you have a license to conceal, that you should not have a gun in view of the public at any time, car or not. So I don't know how, what happened there. Was she escorted by the officer out of a courtesy by him, which we appreciate? We have our security staff do that a lot with our employees when they leave, since they're leaving at 3 in the morning and later, and people are out in the streets to get them to their vehicles. So I'm assuming maybe that's what happened. We escort our staff out a lot for safety reasons at night. But I don't know who this individual was, and we'll 100% figure this out and see if it was our employee and what happened exactly.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members or anyone? Any final comments, Officer Clark, you want to make prior to bringing this hearing to a closure?
No other comments, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not your honor, but thank you for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Bashir, any final comment?
No, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Babani, any final comments you want to make before I bring this hearing to closure?
No final comments. Thank you so much for everyone's time.
All right. Well, I want to thank everyone for being here today. The board will take this matter under advisement. As I stated before, what we will discuss this, whether or not we will say no further action, or whether or not we'll refer this matter over to the Attorney General's office for further action. But you have a CN, a nightclub, sir, and it is required that you have a security plan, and you must have a security plan that is filed with the agency. I just want to get some clarification again. What was the initial name that you had applied for a license under?
Sure, it was under The Lounge, and then we changed it to our current name, which is 12 After 12.
You're stating that when you initially submitted an application for a license under The Lounge, that you had provided a security plan to the agency?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. I will make sure the agency, again, search its records to see if there is a security plan under The Lounge. But based on some of the representation that you've made here today, sir, it does not appear to me that your security plan might be legally compliant. because I think just generally some of what you had stated, a security plan would require certain type of procedures to follow an entrance also regarding how many the cameras positioning, how many security personnel you should have. So, I'm not hearing that because I've heard questions been asked and your response is, oh, it was no more than 200 people and I'm not quite sure how many security personnel that you have. Say, for example, if you have 200 people, what's the minimum amount of security would you have for 200 people rather than if you have 400? I'm not sure what your certificate of occupancy states, but I hear some of the response that you're making. It's like, well, it was only less than 200 or something like that. And I'm not quite sure what's the ratio, and your security plan would talk about what's the minimum amount of security that you would have during operations, sir. So if I said before, if you have one, submit it to the agency and we'll review it, but we will take this matter under advisement to see what further developments needs to be made. All right. Thank you very much for being here today, Mr. Bashirs, Officer Clark, and Mr. Baboni. You have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, our next case is case number 22-251-00010. Bravo, license number 71564. Now, Ms. Fosbury, maybe I got confused. I believe that Officer Clark was supposed to have been on this case also, and I wasn't sure, and I'm not sure. Hopefully he's not gone. So, Ms. Fosbury, can you please elevate the participant in this case, please?
I have two MPD officers on the line. Duncan Bedlion, your rights have been elevated. And Jeremy Brady, your rights have been elevated. Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. Edgar Vizaga, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, hold on, give me a minute.
This is Duncan Bedling. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Hold on 1 minute. Yes, hold on, please.
Well, I'm driving.
And who are you, sir?
I am the district commander of the 2nd District, and Officer Brady will be speaking specifically about the fact-finding case, but I wanted to provide some further background in terms of the challenges we've had with this establishment.
All right, that's fine. Let me have all the parties then introduce themselves for the record, and then I'll have you do that. So let's start off with Mr. Bianco, and then Mr. Bianco, and then your client.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. My name is Richard Bianco. I'm counsel for the establishment. Last name is spelled B-I-A-N-C-O. With me, I have one of the owners of the establishment, Edgar Vizaga. And I should also have with me Lorenzo De Silva, who is the general manager for the establishment. I don't know if I heard that his rights were elevated as well.
All right, so Mr. Viaga, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I see he's on the line. All right, who is Mr. De Silva? Mr. De Silva, can you please, Mr. Viaga, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please spell and state your name for the record, please, sir.
It's Edgar. It's E-D-G-A-R.
Your whole
Edgar.
name, sir. What's your name? Spell your whole name for the record, sir, and identify yourself, please, sir.
Edgar. It's Edgar.
Your
Can you hear
last
me?
name too, Edgar.
What is the rest of your name, sir?
It's Beizaga. It's Beiza.
And who are you, sir?
I'm the owner of Bravo Bravo.
Thank you. Who is Mr. De Silva? Mr. De Silva, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Here's the general manager.
Is he here on the line? Can you please spell and state his name for the record?
Hi, my name's Lorenzo De Silva.
Can you please spell your name, sir?
Lorenzodasilva, and I'm the general manager.
Thank you. I think we have Commander. Could the commander please spell and state his name for the record, please?
Yes, my first name is Duncan, Duncan. My last name is Bedlion, Bedlion.
And who are you, sir, please? Just for the record.
I am the commander of the 2nd District with the Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bradley, Officer Bradley, please spell and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Officer Jeremy Brady, Jeremy Brady, with the Metropolitan Police Department, 2nd District.
All right. Commander, I know this is a fact finding hearing that was requested by, can you tell us from your perspective, sir, what is going on with this Bravo Bravo establishment?
Yeah, so I will just jump right to it. There has been a significant spike in gun-related crime at Bravo Bravo. And just to give you a brief snapshot, we have a total of 8 incidents involving gun crimes where there's been a nexus to Bravo Bravo. Today's case involves these. In other cases, they primarily involve people that are visiting the establishment. Of those 8 cases, and I know you all are very familiar with the nightlife area along 10th Avenue, those 8 cases exceed all other cases combined in the Golden Triangle corridor during the same period, approximately summer of 2021 to today. And it's very alarming, and I haven't seen this kind of violence associated with any establishment like this in the area in my 3.5 years as a district commander, and going back to over almost 10 years of a supervisory role in the area as well. So that's a brief summary, and I can tell you more specifics if you have more questions.
We don't have an investigator in this case, Commander, so I need you and Officer Brady to basically tell us, because I know that I have some questions to ask, but this was we're having this fact finding hearing. I'm sorry, let me start up. Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Bianco, as you can, I apologize. As you're aware, it's a fact finding hearing. The board is just gathering information, and the board. None of the witnesses are sworn, and at fact-finding hearing, the board has gathered information to make a determination whether or not we will take no further action, or whether or not we will forward this case to the Office of Attorney General for further, if the board determines that there is some type of violation of the law, for the Office of Attorney General to determine whether or not a show cause will be brought against the establishment. So as I stated before, we're just gathering information. I'll have the commander started. We'll have Officer Brady will also talk, and we'll have questions. And then on behalf of the establishment, Mr. Bianco, then you can provide us with whatever response if you so determine. All right. Now, Commander, if you have any further information you want to provide, and also Officer Brady, then we'll take our lead from you, and then I'll ask some questions, please.
The last thing I have to provide is the Office of Attorney General has been alerted to this particular establishment. They are investigating it as a potential nuisance property, and there is ongoing works to address some of the concerns. So in reference to your point about a show cause hearing and referring to OAG, they are very familiar with this establishment. I just want to add that one particular piece of information.
Now, one of the reasons why this case was brought to our attention, it's my understanding that amongst the other incidents that you have just talked about, that it appears that a vehicle was parked in front of Bravo, where the officer shined his light and saw weapons in plain view. Can you talk about that, please?
Yes, I'll kick it over to Officer Brady, but essentially that is true. Employees left 2 guns in the car, and they were found, and those employees were arrested. But I'll give the specifics to Officer Brady to explain.
Go ahead, Officer Brady, please.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. On February 26th of 2022, at approximately 3:45 in the morning, there was a Honda parked in front of Bravo, 1001 Connecticut Avenue Northwest. The vehicle did not have a tag on the back of the vehicle where they're traditionally placed, and it had very dark window tint. So we began trying to investigate the vehicle to see why it had no tag on it. And we did notice a New York temporary license plate that was taped on the inside of the rear window behind extremely dark window tint. During that process of trying to identify the vehicle information, while we were shining our flashlights through the window of the vehicle, looking through the driver's side, we observed a semi-automatic pistol that was tucked in the door pocket of the right side passenger door. That was in plain view. So we stood by the vehicle, in the vicinity of that vehicle, kept keeping eyes on it. And at approximately 3:45 in the morning, we had a subject by the last name of Denny, who came out of the club and was wearing a security uniform that included body armor. We made contact with him as he approached the vehicle, and he identified himself as the person that drove the vehicle there, as well as a firearm being present in the vehicle. He also identified himself as a member of the security staff at Bravo. With that vehicle being parked directly in front of the club, we were very concerned. We started speaking with Mr. Denny further, and he indicated that there was a firearm tucked inside the driver's door pocket of the vehicle. However, that was not the firearm that we had seen when we were trying to investigate the registration on the car. Mr. Denny did also inform us of who was the passenger in his vehicle by name, and indicated that he also worked at the nightclub, Bravo. The firearm was recovered from the driver's door pocket, as well as the second firearm was recovered from the passenger's door pocket of the vehicle. Mr. Denny had identified the passenger in his vehicle that was previously, and also the another member of security, as Mr. Bell. While we were conversing with Mr. Denny in front of the establishment, Mr. Bell came outside with several other employees and identified himself, and also informed us that the firearm in the passenger's door pocket was in fact his. So at that point, we had 2 persons with a firearm. They both confirmed that the firearm was not registered in Washington, D.C., nor were they ever issued a concealed carry permit. Both firearms had a round in the chamber, ready position, ready to be fired, as well as high capacity magazines, of 15 round capacity, which is also a separate offense in Washington, D.C. And both firearms had 14 rounds of ammunition in the magazines. Both of the employees, Mr. Denny and Mr. Bell, were arrested for carrying a pistol without a license and several other firearms charges that evening. And Abra was informed as well.
Thank you. All right, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Viagra, do you have a camera you can turn on? I would like to, if you have a camera, can you turn them on? I prefer to, if I can see the folks I'm speaking to. Mr. Viaga and Mr. De Silva, do you have cameras that you can turn on, sir?
No, I don't have any.
Who's speaking? I'm sorry. Because I can't see you, I don't know who's speaking. Who's speaking?
This is Edgar Beizaga.
And you're saying you don't have a camera, sir, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have it right now.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Bianco, these are some questions that I have for your and let me ask Officer Brady, the individuals who were arrested, am I correct that you stated that they were employed as security personnel for the establishment?
Yes, sir, that is correct. They both confirmed that with us.
So, all right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bianca, maybe one of your clients can explain to us what type of security personnel does the establishment hire? I mean, where do they get their security personnel from?
Sure. So I'd be glad to explain that. And Mr. De Silva, who is the general manager, I can defer to him if there's any other operational questions that the board has. But I've looked into this, and by speaking with Mr. De Silva and by speaking with their head of security is a gentleman named Michael Lawson. He has been in the business for 15 years. He handles their hiring of security, and I think in this case, it's pertinent that these two security employees, Mr. Denny and Mr. Bell, are active duty Army, and they're stationed at Fort Belvoir, and they were hired with permission to be able to serve as private security. They came highly recommended as people who have worked in the nightlife industry. And it's our understanding, or at least based on the fact that we looked into it, when we looked into it afterwards, is that the weapons found in the car were their duty weapons. And they exercised extremely poor judgment by leaving those weapons in their car when they came to work in the District of Columbia. They were, of course, I mean, our client has a zero tolerance policy for firearms in the property. They do not condone, nor do they allow staff to carry them. They have a weekly security meeting where they go over policies and procedures, including the security plan. And as soon as they learned of Mr. Bell and Mr. Denny's arrest in this case, based on the actions that we just heard testimony about from Officer Brady, they were terminated immediately. Not only were those two security guards terminated, but the club now does not employ any more active duty military from Fort Belvoir. So there are two other individuals having nothing to do with this particular incident, but wanting to avoid further issues, were likewise let go, simply because they were likewise active duty military stationed at the same place as these individuals were stationed. So out of an abundance of caution, we've sort of done a security house cleaning to make sure that an incident like this one doesn't happen again. I do think it's important to note that at no point were there weapons brought inside of the club. And this particular establishment is extremely vigilant about pat downs and wanding. And I think one of the things that has me particularly concerned about Commander Bedlin's testimony about other instances of gun violence and the involvement of the Attorney General is that two of the instances that he's referring to, which are really the only two instances that we have reports on, were instances in which club security stopped somebody at the door who was trying to access the club with a firearm. In one case, confiscating the firearm and turning it into police. And in the other case, identifying someone with a firearm to police who was subsequently apprehended and the firearm was confiscated. So where Commander Bedlin is pointing to those incidents as a problem, we see them as a, although unfortunate reality that someone had a gun and was trying to access the club, a success of security in removing the gun from the situation and stopping potential violence. So, you know, of all of the nightlife establishments that I represent, this one is extremely vigilant about patting folks down on the way in. And because of those two gun incidents where security was called on to locate and remove guns from patrons, they revamped some of their security procedures to provide a safer and more secure environment for their patrons. And they've done things like, I think the officer mentioned providing some protective vests for security that are stationed outside. They added 10 more cameras to their security system. They no longer allow under 21 patrons. They have a GM wearing a body cam. They use tactical radios. They started closing 45 minutes earlier. So the suggestion that our client is one of the sort of problems because people with guns try to access the establishment, I think it's an unfair characterization.
Mr. Bianco, and maybe the commander can further elaborate on this. I see when the chief of police, the letter that the chief of police sent to us asking for a fact-finding hearing, they listed 11 incidents that they're saying that was attributable to Bravo Bravo. And this is between April 20th, 2021 until November 28th, 2021. They list 11 incidents. One starting April 2021, simple assault. June 2021, miscellaneous report, lost property. July 4th, person with a weapon. July 25th, assault on police officer. August 21st, 21, person with a weapon. October 10th, 2021, knife, robbery knife. October 14th, 2021, person with a weapon. October 21, 2021, misdemeanor sex abuse. November 28th, 2021, assault with a dangerous weapon gun. And this is the information that the chief of police has provided to us to say this is all attributable to Bravo Bravo. So can you please explain to us, and maybe the commander can tell us more, what is it about Bravo Bravo that you have then, and even based on what was stated earlier, Mr. Bianco, that your security were able to prevent individuals from entering your establishment with a gun? I've had other fact-finding hearings regarding other establishments, but not to the volume of that we're hearing. I mean, at least other cases that I've had is maybe one person they've caught with a gun, or they've caught one person outside who has a gun outside the establishment. But what is going on at Bravo Bravo that you have all these incidents that either people are attempting to enter the establishment with a gun, or guns are located outside of the establishment, and these individuals have some relationship to Bravo Bravo?
Well,
I'm
I
happy
mean,
to jump in right there and
would
Hold on,
give you
say-
my.
Mr. Bianco. Go ahead, Commander. I'm sorry. I will let you answer me after that, Mr. Bianco.
So
Go
what
ahead.
we know right now is people are referencing MS-13, right? A gang, and the influx in these gun cases, to me, in addition to the statements made by individuals about MS-13 and the frequency of the incidents, they point to gang violence. Bottom line, I mean, Bravo Bravo in a 6-month period has had more gun incidents than the previous 3 years. So there's something going on there, and we have reasons to, we have some indications of why it's sparking there now, but we're not certain. Bottom line is it's attracting people with guns, and it's attracting people that have gang violence. And I appreciate what council said about their diligence in getting guns before they get into the club. But as I stated earlier, I'm just speaking of 8 firearm incidents. So whether people have had a firearm or whether people point a firearm or people have shot a firearm, 8 incidents since the summer of 2021. That is more than the total combined of all Golden Triangle nightlife establishments and DuPont Circle nightlife establishments. It exceeds the total of all those establishments combined. So when you got employees doing this, and we'll have to go back and verify, and Officer Brady can chime in, I have a hard time believing that the United States military is allowing folks to use their duty weapons to moonlight as security. I don't, that doesn't add up. So we would have to check that information, but I am highly, highly concerned about the public safety component. In one of the shootings where someone mentioned MS-13 and it took place right outside of Bravo Bravo, we had multiple buildings struck, significant damage in a downtown corridor. This establishment is sparking significant gun crimes, bottom line.
I can add that the firearms that Mr. Denny and Mr. Bell had in their possession were not issued by the military. They never claimed it. The firearms were issued by the military, and Mr. Denny indicated that they both indicated they were personal use firearms, and Mr. Denny indicated that he thought his firearm may have been registered in Texas before. And Mr. Bell indicated his firearm was not registered. Nor were they of military style firearms that are typically issued.
Thank you for clarifying that. I was going to ask a question about what policies or procedures with active duty military, active duty, off duty military, are they able to bring their firearms into the District of Columbia when they're off duty? And that's, I was just trying to get some clarification, and I guess that the commander has now clarified that that's not something that's, he doesn't believe that that's something that's allowable by the military. But okay, go ahead, Mr. Bianco.
So yeah, we don't know what the military policy is either, or nor do we have the ability to trace these weapons to duty weapons. It's merely what we were told in terms of our investigation. And just to be very, very clear, no weapons are allowed to be carried by any of our security officers, whether they're military issue or whether or otherwise. And these weapons were in for whatever use these weapons had to these individuals. It was in their car. They were not in the club, and it was not something that was sanctioned by club security. As to the number of gun instances, I mean, as the board just saw in the last hearing, I would question the diligence or the vigilance of a lot of the searches that a lot of the nightclubs are doing on the way in. This club is very, very diligent. Safety is very important. You don't see in their investigative history the types of violent incidents inside of the club that are the hallmark of a lot, unfortunately, a lot of nightclub incidents in the city. As far as the correlation to MS-13, it's the first we're hearing of it, but even if we are aware of it, I'm not 100% sure what we could do as a nightclub to identify members of MS-13, and 2, to stop them from coming in. If they are of appropriate age, they are allowed to enter, and I'm not sure that we could stop them from doing that certainly not based on their appearance, that they may be a member of a gang.
I have a
Um,
recommendation.
and as to, thank you.
Hold
We're
on, hold
happy,
on, hold on 1 minute, please, Commander. Go ahead, Mr. Bianco.
happy to listen to it. And then as to the volume of incidents that are listed on this request here, we've looked into them, or as much as we could. We certainly have some questions about this quote unquote nexus between these listed incidents in this club. Some of the incidents listed occurred on days when the club's not even open. So I don't know how the nexus could be drawn in those cases. Others that we were able to identify, for example, if we look at the 11/28/21 incident, this board's already had a fact finding on that and took no further action. Many of the other than the incident on February the 26th, 2022, the incident on October the 14th, and the incident on August the 21st, we don't have reports from ABRA, investigative or otherwise, and certainly nothing from MPD. The only information we have from MPD are those 3 aforementioned reports, because that's what the Office of the Attorney General sent to us. And those 3 reports represent this incident that occurred in February with the employees having a gun in their car, the incident in October in which club security stopped somebody with a handgun from coming in, and the incident in August where a similar scenario occurred where the club stopped somebody with a handgun from coming in. So other than those 3 incidents, we have scant, if any, information about what these incidents supposedly are, other than a 2-word description like lost property. Looking at the 6/27/21 listing, and we don't have any idea what that is, how it correlates to this business, if it occurred at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or during this club's operations. We just don't know. We can't look into it any further without that information. This fact finding, it's our understanding, was to deal with the very serious, and we've taken it very seriously, 2/26/22 incident, and we're glad to talk about that. And if there's additional information that MPD wants to provide to us on the other incidents, and certainly if they have tips or suggestions of how we can make this club safer, that's really all we want to do. We want to provide the safest experience possible for our patrons. And we don't want incidents of violence. We don't want this to be known as a club where MS-13 goes, because that's going to drive away other patrons who are there to have a good time, and that's not what we want.
Commander, you were stating how you believe, what is it that the club could do to prevent some of the actions, I believe.
Well, yes, let me first start by correcting a couple of items. One, I have personally met with club ownership. I've personally met with the owners of the building. There's been a regular dialogue asking for items, some of which have been delayed. And it's inaccurate to say that we did not indicate that MS-13 was involved. That was explicit. That was explicit at the last in-person meeting I had with club ownership and building ownership. That was also there. That's been part of the discussion with Office of Attorney General. We had a meeting scheduled for last week that we had to delay. We have another one coming up May 3rd. It's also inaccurate to say that clubs can not turn away people because of their involvement with a gang or association with a gang. That is inaccurate. Gangs or gang colors or uniform items associated with gangs are not a protected class. They are not a protected identity. Club managers can certainly turn them away. They can also facilitate indicating when they see things affiliated with gangs to law enforcement. What I am asking and recommending that the board consider is a revocation of their ABC license. And if not a revocation, at least a decent time frame of suspension where the club and the owners of the establishment can come up with a comprehensive plan to prevent these types of things occurring. So I know for starters, they were looking into an ID scan system. The last update I got from ownership was it's not ready. They can have all pre-sale tickets where people have to provide identification, not at the door purchases. And we need I'm still waiting on comprehensive information about who's performing at their establishment so we can examine to see if there's any other nexus to those promoters, those types of musicians for other gang violence in the region. So I think a suspension at the very least would help allow for a broader wholesale evaluation of how this club can keep guns from coming to the establishment. And while I'm grateful that the guns have not been brought into the establishment, because that in itself would be tragic, keep in mind the guns that are being left in cars, they're being recovered because of the diligence of officers, paying close attention, constantly looking. We in the 2nd District alone, since 2019, have had approximately 25 guns stolen from cars. I just want to repeat that number again. Since 2019, the last 3 years this May, we've had 25 guns stolen from parked cars that were left unattended. The chief of police just spoke this weekend. I was at the scene of the active shooter. Officer Brady was there. We've got enough problems with gun violence than to allow a club to operate with impunity, knowing that people are going to come there and leave their guns in their cars to include security. I mean, this is just really, really egregious, and it's dangerous. And because of guns being brought to the establishment, office buildings have been hit with gunfire. People have been exposed to the trauma of gunfire. And I just mentioned the 8 incidents. I would venture to guess that there are other incidents based on what we know and the proximity of the information, that there are far more. So I just would strongly encourage some kind of wholesale, thorough examination of how this club is operating as we lead into these warmer summer months, because there's just far too much gun violence in our city. And if I have one establishment, just one, that is generating this much gun crime, that is a huge red flag.
Mr. Anderson, I have
Yes, Mr. Bianco.
a number of issues. I'm going to keep it as brief as possible. One, the statement that establishment of public accommodation can discriminate against people based on their personal appearance is an inaccurate statement of DC law. I'm not even getting into issues of racial or ethnic appearances, but personal appearance is a protected class under the DC Human Rights Act. We're not wading
I'm talking about gang colors.
We're not wading into that as an establishment in terms of policy. Second, of the information that was presented, there's not even a scintilla of evidence that any alcohol law was violated. This board is not the police. This board governs compliance with alcohol laws. Here, 2 employees exercised incredibly poor judgment by keeping firearms in their car, not in the club. Those employees were dealt with as soon as the club found out about it, and they were dealt with appropriately. Policing is a challenge. It's a challenge in the current political climate. It's a challenge with the resources that they have. But neither this board nor our club are the police. The police need to do the job of policing, not private businesses. We understand they're stressed. We understand they're understaffed. We would very much appreciate if we could get the RDO officers that we're paying for and scheduling to actually show up. But that hasn't been the case of late. And the reasons that we've been given are because of the staffing issues and the shortages and the lack of resources. And we get that. But to point the finger at us and say the license should be revoked because of the actions of adults that are not within the control of this particular establishment trying to sneak in weapons, I think borders on absurdity. This board should not take any further action. The investigative report that was submitted in conjunction with this request by MPD did not state that there was any violations of the alcohol laws. This is where this inquiry should end. If there is we're glad that the board is taking this matter seriously. And what we want to express today more than anything is that we are taking this matter very seriously. We don't want violence. We want to be cooperative. We want to be compliant. And I think the record demonstrates that we've done all of those things. And we want to continue to do things and work with MPD and work with the Office of the Attorney General. And we hope that they're willing to meet us halfway in that regard.
Mr. Bianco, I just have a query. And maybe I heard incorrectly that you stated that employees of the establishment, I'm not sure if you said, were wearing body arm cameras.
Well, two things.
Now,
Two things.
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah.
That an employee of an establishment, I mean, who is it that's going into your facility that the employee needs to wear body arm camera? I'm just that
Well,
I'm
we have-
flabbergasted by that.
So we have one employee that's equipped with a body-worn camera, and that's the general manager. It's a new idea that this particular establishment had to capture as much relevant footage as possible in the event of an incident, or if there's some other reason to look at footage. So this is something that they come up with, and I agree with you, Mr. Anderson. It's odd. It's something I've never, ever seen before. But I think it may be cost prohibitive, but I think it's a very good idea, especially when it comes to cooperation with law enforcement. I think the more information that is available, the better. And it was new on me when I learned about it a few days ago, and I'm glad that they did it. But that is an additional resource that's available to the club and to the board, should there be an issue in the future where they want to pull footage.
Yeah, as I said before, if you were to tell me that this security is wearing body cameras, I mean, yeah, that's okay. It's a little bit different, but the security. But I'm just hearing about the general manager. But I digress. Now, who is it that the club hires as security? I mean, is this a DC security camera? Where did they get their security from?
You mean the security personnel?
Yes.
They typically hire them from other nightlife venues or from companies that provide security to nightlife venues within DC. So they're privately hired by club management and the security director. They have been looking at the possibility and are considering transitioning to a private company rather than handling it in-house. It's it's a cost-benefit analysis, and they haven't made that determination as of today, but we've been in discussions.
Now, how many security does they have available? How many securities typically work at the establishment?
So prior to this incident, they had 20, and at any given time, depending on how busy the night is, they would have between 13 and 17 on site.
What's the typical occupancy? What is the occupancy of this establishment?
That I don't know. Lorenzo, what's your occupancy?
It's 800.
So if there are 800 participants here, 800 occupants, what's the ratio? How much security do you have for 800 people?
So on nights when they'd be busy, where they would have 800 people, they would be fully staffed with 20 folks.
So you have 20 security for 80 staff?
For 800, correct.
For 800? Is that sufficient security? I'm asking, I don't know. Is that sufficient security for 800 people?
At least it has been. And I think if you look through the investigative history, you don't see the fights and interior, at least, violence. Most everything you'll see on there are things that occurred on the street, which the club is addressing by having more of a visible presence on the exterior of the club, especially during times of exit.
So how many cameras does this facility have?
They just added 10, and Lorenzo, before that, it's outlined in the security plan, but without counting them. Lorenzo, how many are there?
22, I believe, was before. Excuse me, 22 was before.
So you're saying 20, yeah, so you're saying 22 cameras.
They have 32 now.
Yeah, one
I'm
thing I
sorry, how
wanted
many?
to add was we did add since April 1st scanners. So we have ID scanners in the front running.
Hold on, Mr. De Silva, you're saying, how many cameras is it that, how many cameras does the facility currently have?
Currently has 30.
30 cameras.
Yes, sir.
And do all 30 cameras, do they record for a minimum of 30 days?
Yes, sir.
No, you're talking about you have security scanners. What's that, please?
ID scanners now, so when somebody comes in the front, that's what the commander was we were talking about earlier. And yes, that is what we have now in the front, these ID scanners. So when someone comes in and we ban them for any reason, or we find them, let's just say that they have gang relations, they will never come back to the establishment again. This is also a scanner that's an international scanner. So if another place has this same software, and they're notified about what happened at our establishment, we get notified about what happened at other establishments.
All right, so Mr. De Silva, can you describe the admittance procedure? Tell me when I show up on one of your busy nights, I show up to your club, how do I enter? What's the procedure to enter the facility?
Yes, sir. So you're standing in line, you get ID scanned. The ID scanner will verify your age. The guard scanning your ID will check your face, and then he will move you on to a pat-down guard. Whether it's a male or a female customer being checked, they will move to a male or female pat-down guard who has a wand, and then you will be wand and pat down. And then if you have anything on you, let's just say a vape or some people have pepper spray. We don't allow that in the club, so we have a holding station for that. We give them a ticket, and they can come out and get it when they come out. So then they move on to the register, and then they pay at the register where they show their ID again. If they're on the guest list, if not, they pay as a regular customer on through, and that's all the way through. They're on camera.
All right, do you have an incident log?
Do I have what?
Incident log.
Yes, sir.
And how is this triggered? What's the process to put something on the log? How is this triggered?
If we have to call the police.
So that's the only time it's triggered, if you have to call the police. So if you don't have to call the police, the incident log is not utilized?
Well, I mean, if it's like a lost phone, we don't really put that in the, but we have a different type of log for that. We have an area where we have phones stored with dates and IDs stored for like lost and found for that typically, but all our incidences are reported, so.
Wow. I know you stated that you guys recently added 10 cameras. So where were these cameras added? Were they added inside or outside? Where were these additional cameras?
Mostly in the areas like the kitchen, storage areas where we store alcohol, areas where they weren't there generally, where we want to keep eyes on maybe employees stealing from us. So just added more into areas where we felt that we couldn't see.
All right, so how many cameras do you have outside the establishment?
Right now, 2.
Just two cameras?
Yes, sir.
Are all areas accessible to the public covered by security cameras?
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
This is Officer Brady.
Officer Brady, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. So there are 2 entry exit points of the building on 2 different sides. Do the cameras cover both sides of the building, both the south and the west side of the building?
Yes, but we don't use the rear exit. We only use the front. All this
It
changed,
is routine for people to exit that side of the building when they're escorted out. on the
Yeah,
K
we
Street
don't,
side.
we don't escort anymore. It's all, everybody's escorted to the front now. It just started as of 2 weeks ago.
Explain that to me. So you only have one, do you only have one door then? Are you saying, are you saying the other doors is only used for
Yes,
emergency?
the only exit out the front now. Yes, before we used to separate fights and we used to take them out the back, but now we only take people out the front.
Now, who has the ability to access the cameras? As far as the staff is concerned, who has the ability to access the cameras?
I'm the general manager. I share that with the owner and the other general manager, who's the owner's wife, and our security chief, 4 of us.
So you said 4 people.
And the assistant manager, excuse me, 5 of us.
All right. Any questions by any of the board members or anyone have questions for?
Short, Mr. Short, Mr. Short.
Go ahead. Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you. First of all, I have to say to the Commander Baden, thank you for coming for us today. We know how busy you are there, Club Central area and the 2nd District. And also thank you very much, Officer Brady. When we get a
I
commander,
think we lost you, sir.
Excuse me?
I think your audio is fading in and out, sir.
Can you hear me now?
You're not, your voice is faint, Mr. Short.
It's better?
It's a little bit better, yes.
Okay, well, I have a brand new computer. I'll learn how to adjust that a little better than before next meeting. But at any rate, I wanted to say thank you, Commander, for coming. That shows the importance of this hearing. And also, I'd just like to ask Mr. Lawson, Mr. De Silva, how many times have you guys been before this board in the last 18 months for hearings? Either one of you.
Sir, I had to come in for an incident that came in on 2019, so I just became the GM after the pandemic. And then I had to come in once after that for incident that we were here prior. Twice.
And it was someone's testimony today that since these 2 military persons were fired, got rid of, that how are you going to be getting security folks now?
So
how are you hiring security people?
We've requested estimates for a company for armed police outside. So we want to get possibly 2 units to be stationed outside with this company that would be out there from when we open.
Now, who's answering that question?
Lorenzo?
It's Mr. De Silva, Mr.
De Silva, sir.
Okay, Mr. De Silva. Mr. De Silva, do you remember me asking before that if not, you knew about the regulation that security guards had to be registered with the Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Have you done anything about that?
Yes, sir. I've told Mr. Lawson to get that done. Yes, sir.
And that's been since the last time I questioned you at this board, the last time you were here, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
So it has not happened as of yet.
I'm not certain, but I'll have to get back to you.
Mr. Short, I can tell you, and I haven't reviewed any documents, but based on my review with Mr. Lawson of this incident, that he is in fact licensed, and many of the individuals whom he has hired are as well. I will say, I want to be very clear about this, I have not reviewed any documentation, haven't looked into it with any measure of detail, but that will be part of my ongoing services to the establishment if they don't hire a licensed company to ensure that anybody who is hired that is required to be licensed, in fact, is. So
Bianco, I do appreciate that. I certainly do appreciate that. I think that would go a long way to helping this establishment keep security in its proper balance for safety of the employees and safety of all the patrons who visit your club. Now this question is for Officer Brady. Officer Brady, how many incidents? I'm just not speaking of this particular club, because I know you've been before this committee, this board before also, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let me go back. We'll stay with the business we're with today. But at any rate, guns on Connecticut Avenue, not even talking about the shooting just the other day, but guns on Connecticut Avenue are a big problem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's why I've been focusing a lot of energy on trying to prevent a tragic situation.
Okay, this has no bearing on anyone. It's just what this board comes up with. We normally find no further action. It's the only way to really deal with this, because we as a board.
Hold on, Mr. Short. Hold on 1 minute, please. Mr. Short. No, we can't hear you. Hold on, Mr. Short. We can't hear you. Hold on. Mr. Virga, can you mute your phone, please?
Yes.
Please mute your line, please. Please mute your phone.
All right.
It's not muted.
No, it's not here.
No, I need you to mute your phone. Put it on mute.
I'm sorry, could we have the host do that for him, because maybe he's having technical difficulties over there?
Well, everyone can mute. You're able to mute your. Everyone is able to mute. Just press the mute button on your phone and just mute yourself. You only need to unmute yourself when you're speaking. Okay, fine. Now he's mute. So everyone is muted. Go ahead,
All right.
Mr. Short. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Short. We can't. Take yourself off mute, Mr. Short. We can't hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I didn't unmute myself. Not a problem. I'll just simply say this, and this is for either the commander or for Officer Brady. Connecticut Avenue, when we're talking about foot traffic, is overcrowding on weekends normally a problem?
There are, especially now the weather's gotten much more appealing at nighttime. A lot of pedestrians and vehicles out in the area now, trying to enjoy the nightlife establishments.
And that's without any special events going on or any special parties or anything that's been permitted in the city, right? That's just normal traffic on weekends in Club Central.
Yes, sir.
And so when you have someone with a gun in their pocket or a gun in their car, that poses a larger problem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for your service.
Putting everyone at risk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your service, sir, and thank you, Commander, for taking the time to be with us today. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any other board member or anyone else for any other part?
Yes, this is Officer Brady.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So I do have a couple of just quick follow-up questions and comments. I noticed that several of the security staff, it's not uncommon for them to have empty gun holsters on their belts while they are working and performing the security duties, or have empty gun holsters just sitting in their personally owned vehicles directly in front of the club. I'm very curious as to what the purpose is of the empty gun holsters, and also are firearms being stored somewhere in the club?
So I can answer that. As far as we know, there's no operational purpose for that whatsoever. Guns are not allowed inside the club. They're not being stored anywhere inside of the club. If somebody has a holster on, it's not something that they have been instructed to do by management, and has no relation to whatever their duties might be.
And
answer that too. I know that we had two.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Is that Mr. De Silva? What are you saying, sir?
Yes, we had two guards that were warrant officers, and we told them to stop wearing their belt that had the harness on there, and they stopped as of last time we told them. I'm sorry for that. It's not allowed. We don't want that type of representation.
All right, any other questions for anyone else?
Yes, sir. This is Officer Brady again. I have two more very quickly here. So what intelligence gathering efforts is the club making to understand who's promoting events at their club online? Just after speaking with individuals, especially related to the firearms arrests that have been made in the area and from patrons of Bravo Bravo, a lot of people were there because of something that was organized online at their club. Do you have any mechanisms in place that help look for people promoting events at the club?
So officer, I'm gonna break in here for a second. I think we have a meeting scheduled with OAG to go through some of these issues. And as we get further away from issues related to sales, service, and consumption of alcohol, I'd prefer to cover those issues in the meeting with OAG as opposed to in this fact finding, which is focused on compliance with alcohol laws.
I can also add that yes, as the manager, we do have software for that coming up. We just have to add it to the ID scanners. Yes.
And just one last comment, and maybe this is more for awareness. As we have been very focused in the Connecticut Avenue corridor, we've encountered multiple individuals sitting in cars, and after making contact with them, many have been under 21, and they've made it very apparent to us that they can pay security staff $40 to get past the security measures of underage alcohol prevention that have recently been put in place.
We stopped doing under 21, and that's actually news to us that they ever pay to be allowed to have alcohol. We have actually cycled through our security at the front a few times just to make sure that we're not different guards, just to make sure that no guard is, having a relationship with a customer, let's just say. That's scary and very sad for us to hear.
It does seem that it's becoming more commonly known that for $40 they can get past those measures that were put in place.
Yeah, no, we stopped under 21 now since April. We don't want to have type of, solicitation for that that crowd. We're just, we just want to make things as calm as possible around Bravo Bravo for everybody. And if they're bringing problems like that, let's stop that from happening ahead of time.
Thank you.
Are you done, Officer Brady?
Yes, sir. Thank you for those additional moments.
Any other questions by any other board members? All right. I'm not sure if the commander is still on, but you can.
He had to step off the call.
Good. Officer Brady, as I stated before, this is a fact-finding hearing. What the board is doing is gathering information. We convened this fact-finding hearing based on the fact that the chief of police had requested that we have a fact-finding hearing. The decision that the board can make at this fact-finding hearing is that, one, we can either say no further action, or we can forward this case. We can determine that we believe that there were some alcohol law violation, and then we would refer this case to the Office of the Attorney General for them to make a decision whether or not they will take draft charges and move forward. So I know what the commander had asked, certain things the commander had asked, and I just want you to share with him that at least in this proceeding, the board cannot do this. Well, all that we're doing here is gathering information, and based on the determination that the board makes, then we'll either say no further action, or we'll refer this over to the Office of the Attorney General for them to bring formal charges against the establishment if they believe that some law has been violated. So I just want that to be clear to the commander what the confines are that the board has in this type of hearing. Okay, so I just want to clarify what our confines are in this type of hearing. Okay, all right. As I stated before, this was any prior to bringing this matter to closure. Any further or any final comments anyone needs to make? I'll give you the last word, Mr. Bianco, on behalf of your client. Any final comments anyone wants to make?
Nothing further from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I want to
do
thank
have
everyone. I'm sorry, who's speaking? Mr. De Silva? Yes, sir.
Mr. De Silva, yes, sir. I do have one thing, Mr. Brady. I didn't answer one thing for you. Yes, we do have, before we started the ID scanners, we have a, so I was wearing the body camera to approach people that we suspected of being problematic. And so I collected a data of faces, and that I gave to our guards over our chat. So we have compiled the faces that people are banned, as well as using our own bar notices with you. So yes, before that's what we were employing to help. Just with that, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that representation, Mr. De Silva. All right, so again, I want to thank everyone for appearing today for this hearing. As I stated before, the board is just gathering information, and the board will make a determination what further action, if any, we will take regarding this matter. So I want to thank the commander for being here today, you, Officer Brady, for being here today, for you, Mr. Villaga, Mr. De Silva, and of course, Mr. Bianco. Thank you very much. The board will take this matter under advisement. Have a great day. And this hearing has been adjourned. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 22-251-00005 Law Society, license number 83420. This case has been canceled. The case report has been returned to the Enforcement Division for handling. And the next and final case on our calendar is the show cause hearing, case number 21 CMP 00036 Champion Kitchen, license number 103055. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise was provided to the board, and it was accepted earlier this morning on our legal agenda. All right. So we're now at the end of our calendar for the day, and if there are no other business, I'll bring closure to our agenda for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on May 4th, 2022, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for May 4th, 2022, as published in the DC Register on April 29th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who tuned in today to participate in this hearing. And I especially like to thank our board members who gave this hearing and all day their full undivided attention. Thank you very much. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Have a great afternoon. Thank you very much.